Okay, good morning to everyone. First of all, okay, we are ready. We would like to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all participants at the first International Winter School for PhD candidates. It's a truly pleasure to have you with us, whether you're attending in person, joining online via WebEx, or following the session on YouTube. We apologize for the delay. There is a confusion regarding the time. And tomorrow, all sessions will start at 9:30 Greek time, which means 30 at CET. At this point, it's our honor to invite the rector of the Hellenic Open University to deliver his opening. His greeting will mark the official start of this academic gathering and set the days ahead, which we hope will be filled with fruitful dialogue, collaboration, and shared inspiration among all PhD candidates and colleagues. Mr. Rector.
Hello. Can you hear me? Which is the most important? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for that delay. I think it's because of the confusion regarding the time. Anyway, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, but most importantly, dear doctoral candidates, it's a real pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the winter school organized by our university. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in Athens as I am here in Patras because the headquarters of our university are in Patras, so I have to be here yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Anyway, as I said, it's a pleasure. This school marks a milestone in the Alliance's commitment for fostering academic excellence, dialogue, interdisciplinary dialogue within the European higher education area. But I think most importantly, it's a perfect example of the potential that our alliance has. I'll come back to that later. So we are really, excited to host that event in the Hellenic University because we truly believe in the potential of our alliance. I am honored, personally, I'm honored that our institution serves as the meeting point for such a vibrant and diverse community. Your presence today, either in Athens or through the WebEx, reflects the strength that we have and reflects the commitment that we have to strengthen that communication, that collaboration among our universities. Let me just give you some, not many details about our university, so that you know who your host is. We were established in 1992, but we really started operating in 1997, and we are the only Greek university that offers exclusively open and distance learning education. Since the very beginning, we were characterized as an innovative university because we were the first that introduced in Greece adult education, open education, and distance education. And distance education long before the COVID. So in a way, COVID found us ready to, to respond to the challenges, and we did. So from the beginning, we were it was a little bit difficult for us to establish ourselves in Greece because, Greek society, I would say, in general, some societies were not ready for open and distance education. However, during these 25 or almost 30 years now, we have definitely established ourselves as a quality institution, as an institution that not only serves as a second chance university, but we are now a first choice university. And as I said, we are well established, recognized, and there are no doubts about what we offer and what we are capable of doing. And of course, that is the result of hard work from my colleagues, my predecessors, and my present colleagues at the Hellenic Open University, the staff, the permanent staff, the adjunct staff, and of course our students who are the best ambassadors of our university in Greek society or in general. So at the moment, we have about 90,000 graduates so far. We have about 30 to 32,000 active students. So at this moment, about 32 or 33,000 students are enrolled in our courses. And we also have more than 2,300 teaching staff. So we are a big university in terms of students, not so in terms of permanent staff, but that's another story. I'm not going to get into that at the moment. We offer mostly postgraduate programs, and we are trying to establish ourselves and to offer more undergraduate courses. Hopefully soon we'll have some 2 or 3 more undergraduate courses. At the moment, we have 68 postgraduate programs and 9 undergraduate programs. Mostly, as I said, we offer postgraduate courses because of a specific legislation that covers our operation. And the one other important aspect is that we also offer 12 degrees, mostly postgraduate again, in languages other than Greek. Most of them are in English, but we also have programs in German and French, mainly teaching French and German as a second language. So in a way, we try to internationalize our programs and our identity. We are gradually established ourselves as well as a research university. In the beginning, because of the lack of staff, we were not characterized as a research university. However, during the last years, I think we've improved very much. So we have an active research community and lots of research projects going on at this time. What else should I mention about us? Well, we are not very different than other open universities in terms of how we approach distance education, the specially designed educational material, the way we approach students, adult students, the way we provide in-service training for our tutors in order to meet the needs of open and distance education. And I think I will conclude the presentation of our university by saying that, as I said, we are well established, and this is proved in a way by the rankings. Let me just tell you that in the last Webometrics ranking, we were placed 6th among all open universities of the world. I think this is quite important. And despite our, the limited number of permanent staff, and despite our unique character, we are 13th among the 24 Greek universities. And I think we're very, very good in teaching. We're getting there in research. Okay, there are other areas that we may improve, but anyway, this shows the potential of our university. So, as I said, this is your host today, and we're very proud of that. Going back to the winter school, I would say that this is more than an academic event. It's a space for exchange, critical reflection, the cultivation of new ideas, dialogue. So, seize the opportunity, I would say, as over the coming days, you will present your research, you will engage in discussions, fruitful and thoughtful discussions. And these interactions will not only enrich your work, your PhD work or your doctoral work, but I'm sure that it will lay the foundation for future collaborations, for future communication, and for networking. And I'm sure this is one of the results. This is going to be one of the results of our school. Let me just share my experience about, I don't know, 30 to 35 years ago. As a PhD student back in the 90s, in the UK, I had the opportunity to engage in such workshops in my university. And I should say, I must say that it wasn't very comfortable in the beginning. We didn't feel very comfortable with that because we challenged each other, and of course we were challenged by our colleagues, and that was not very comfortable. I remember that at the end of each workshop, I would go home, and my first thought would be, I've done nothing right. Everything is wrong, so I have to start from the beginning. But I must tell you that this was at the end was really invaluable. All possible questions and all possible doubts were discussed there, and at the end, we were quite happy and sure that our work has been through various filters. So these kinds of workshops where you are challenged that this is not it's not an official decision there, but it's an opportunity to to challenge each other, to express yourselves, to ask questions, to give answers. I think this is invaluable, and my advice is go for it and try to get as much as you can from this workshop. Let me finish by saying that this initiative embodies the spirit of our alliance, the Open EU. We are really proud, and I'm personally very, very happy to participate in the Open EU Alliance. It's an alliance where knowledge flows freely, mobility is encouraged, academic communities develop through cooperation. As I said, I have very high expectations. I know it's difficult, but I have very high expectations from our alliance, and I'm wholeheartedly support the alliance and our participation in this alliance. So I reaffirm our commitment to building bridges between institutions, between disciplines, and between generations of scholars. Just before I close my opening speech, I should thank various people and colleagues that have helped in organizing this event. I should start with my dear colleague, Geli Manoussou, who is in charge of all that. So thank you very much. I congratulate her. I know she has put a lot of effort and a lot of work in that. So thank you very much, Geli, for all your efforts. You are a very, an excellent ambassador of our university. And I should also mention Achilles Kameas, who is the coordinator of our participation in OpenEU. Now, apart from that, I should thank some of our staff from the branch of our university in Athens, the ones that host you there. I know that Yannis Roubanos and Aphrodite Messimeri, or rather Aphrodite Messimeri and Yannis Roubanos, have helped quite a lot, and they have put a lot of effort. But I would say all the staff in our branch in Athens has been involved. So thank you for that. I should also have to thank Mr. Panagiotis Markou, our technician, Yota Zafiropoulou and Vicky Katsina, who are very active in our participation in OpenEU. I may forget people from our staff, but excuse me, maybe, if anything comes in my mind, if anyone comes to my mind, I'll mention. However, I should thank our PhD candidates who have helped enormously in this effort. I would like to thank Ms. Kyriaki Raskia, who I understand she has she's been there from the beginning, helping Geli and all the other staff. So Kyriaki Raskia, Mr. Mandalas, who is also a PhD candidate, Mr. Ioannis Argiriou, who is not our PhD student, as I understand, but still he has helped quite a lot. Mr. Veskoukis Alexios, Ms. Sakula, Nora Sakula, Ms. Kodzabasaki, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Dionisiou, Ms. Yanakopoulou, Mrs. Kounaridou, Ms. Karagianni, Ms. Niarchou, and Mr. Sklavenitis. I think I have mentioned everyone. If I forgot someone, once again, excuse me. So that's all from me. As I said, I'm really sorry I can't be there with you. However, on behalf of the Hellenic University, I wish you a very productive, inspiring, and memorable winter school. Welcome to Athens and Greece, for those of you who are there. Welcome to our web services, those of you who are wherever you are. That's it from me. Let the dialogue begin. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the inspiring talk. I would like to inform you that Professor Emeritus Antonis Leonarakis, due an unexpected medical issue, will not be with us this morning. We sincerely wish him a speedy recovery and hope that during the 3-day event he will be able to join us. Even briefly, to share a greeting, as he has many valuable and inspiring insights to offer. So I warmly welcome you to the 3-day gathering. Let me share my presentation. Okay. I have some practical issue to share. First of all, we are delighted to have 3 types of audiences. Those attending in person here in Athens, those joining us remotely, remotely via WebEx, who registered months ago university, and we hope that will be more and more in the next hours and tomorrow. And those watching the session on YouTube, which is free and flexible to follow. All 3 groups are equally valuable for us, and together we form one community. So, in the first place, there are highlights on the events. I would like to mention that is the very first winter school for PhD candidates, and it will be followed by 5 more. This means that everyone interested will have further opportunity to participate, present their work, and engage in different ways. As with any first event, we'll face both challenges, like the confusion with the time rewards, but this is an essential part of our collective learning journey. I have to say about the certificates, for those who are attending, just a minute, because it's doesn't, okay. For those who have registered and are actively participating either by presenting or attending via WebEx, certificate will be provided to ensure this in person or via WebEx. So you should sign the attendance sheets at the Secretariat. Attendees follow us on YouTube. You will see a form appear during the session. Please fill in your details so we can prepare your certificate of attendance. The next, just a minute. Oh, okay. The next issue is time management and question. Our program is very full, so I kindly ask everyone to be mindful of time. If you have questions, please write them in the chat. Our support team will respond with a reasonable time. The rector thanks everyone. So I would like again to thank everyone who help in this to organize and participate in this first winter school. And I don't repeat all the names, but we have the opportunity at the last time. I will say it again. I think it was very analytic from the rector. So we kindly ask everyone to contribute to the promotion of the OpenEU social media, including our personal Facebook and Instagram account. Here they are. I'll put it on in the chat. Just a minute. But we'll put it in the chat and in YouTube. Okay, thank you very much. Kyriaki will help us this. And I would like everybody to write in the Padlet, so we have some information for you. Just a minute to put it also in the chat. So we want to have from all of you a presentation of yourself. Just a minute to put in the chat. Here you can use the QR code or the link. I'm sorry. Just a minute and we wait the Padlet we'll see the Padlet after a while, and we hope that it's full of your presentation and some personal information that you want to share with us. And just a minute, go back. Too many windows here. So you have, everybody has the Padlet. You're okay. And Kyriaki will put all the social media here. And after that, we have a question. Why are we here for these 3 days? So you can use another QR code and write some thoughts in the Mentimeter. So I'll show after a while what are your thoughts and expectation about about this first winter school. Let me put also the Mentimeter here. No. Okay. So I will present after a while. I'll give you some time to write in the Mentimeter and the Padlet.
Can you please move the chat?
Yes, I know. This is the wrong. Yes, of course. Always. Okay.
One more time.
One. Okay. Let's see. Όχι, θέλω να, άλλο θέλω εγώ να κάνω present εδώ. So we have some answers here. And we wait. I think you can read all the inspiring ideas. Oh. Το άλλο, το Mentimeter. Okay, and then we'll see the Padlet to connect with other PhD candidates, to learn about science in different fields, to exchange experience regarding the process of PhD studies, network share experience, dialogue, present research, get feedback, knowledge exchange, emerging trends, professional growth, innovation, insights, future partnership, interdisciplinary cooperation, great, to learn and interact with peers. Okay, we'll see it later on because I'm very sure that you have great ideas to share with us. And I go on with my presentation to learn. Okay, great. So why are we here for these 3 days? Yes, to communicate, to exchange ideas, to get to know one another, to create, to cultivate our skills and reach our knowledge and form a network, a community of people who learn together, research together, and grow together. Personally, I hope these days spark new ideas and connection that will enrich my research and my teaching. So we have many expectations those 3 days. Doctoral workshop is a multi-phased, as the rector said, learning space. Workshops are much more than a scheduled meeting. There are rich educational framework, space of learning, dialogue, and transformation. They are learning communities of practice, where we learn how to learn, where knowledge is not transmitted, but co-constructed. Okay? We are okay. In this workshop, we take responsibility for presenting our work. You take responsibility for presenting your work. You organize your research and communicate your ideas. I'm sorry, here we are. You collaborate with peers, as you say, as already mentioned in the Mentimeter. You ask questions and cultivate dialogue. There are spaces where research meets pedagogy, where individual effort becomes collective progress, where the diversity of disciplines across 8 universities become a source of richness, not fragmentation. What skills do we aim to cultivate in the first winter school? First of all, is communication. How do I speak about my research clearly and meaningfully? Another very important also skill is presentation. And I think Professor Boriana has a presentation for that and is her issue. So how do I structure a talk, engage an audience, and present with confidence? Another very important is questioning. How do I ask questions that open that rather than collaboration? Create disagreement constructively. And of course, the most important is critical thinking and reflection. How do I revise my assumption, learn from feedback, and grow? Since we are in Greek and in Athens, I have to mention, as Socrates reminds us, an unexamined life is not worth living. And as Aristotle wrote, all teaching and all intellectual learning come about from already existing knowledge. In other words, we learn through dialogue, exchange, share, inquiry. Another very important, of course, theme of our and your research is methodology, inquiry, and the global research conversation. At the heart of your and of the doctoral work lies methodology, not just the technical tools, but as a way of thinking. It is a bridge between question and answer. A bridge, I'm sorry. It is how we interpret complexity, but inquiry, not today, is not confined to national border. We're part of a global research conversation. You read international literature, engage with diverse paradigms, and contribute to a shared body of knowledge. And this contribution is not passive, it's co-constructive. Another very important, of course, question is, what does it mean to be a PhD candidate today? And we hope that we'll answer, and we have many thoughts all together. To be a PhD candidate today means to stand at the threshold between learning and creating. It means learning to speak publicly, to defend your work, to open it in dialogue. It means recognize that research is not a solitary adventure, but a collective journey. It means being part of a community that does not fear question, that embraces uncertainty, that keeps the conversation open. And these workshops are where that community takes shape. It means bringing the new, seeking meaning, asking better questions, never stop to learn process. As Albert Einstein once said, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. And I come back to Socrates. I know that I know nothing. I remember that the true wisdom begins with humility. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this workshop continue to be a space for inspiration, reflection, scholarship, generosity, because research is not only about result, it's about process. Although that process, you are shaping the future of knowledge. Thank you very much. So I think we have, it's time for the break, or if you have some questions, but we have the opportunity, the hour that we have free before the meeting to know each other, to know us better here in Athens. And now we have a break to continue our coffee and come back in half an hour. Let me see exactly. No, let's say at 11:30 Greek time, we'll be back. And I mean, that means 10:30 is the Europe time. So 11:30 we'll be back. It's not 30 minutes, it's 22 minutes. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Just a test. Can you hear me in Athens?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Great, thanks. So I'm ready. I think I can start sharing the PowerPoint if
Κλείστο, φτάνω. There.
sorry, excuse me.
Hello, we are here and we can hear you. We are ready for the workshop.
Evangelia, this is you?
Yes, this is me.
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. We
Thank
found,
you.
we arranged the time because we have a confusion with the time.
Okay.
In 1 hour later, but it's okay now. There is a confusion with the hours, Greek
Mhm.
time, but we apologize for this, and we said for tomorrow it will be Greek time, 9:30 will begin. And now we are ready for, hello again.
Hi.
We have about 30 people here. So Professor Korsu, we are ready for your workshop and we can help you. We expect more than 70 people in WebEx. I don't know what happened. We have 17 right now in WebEx and something like 35. How many on YouTube?
Okay.
Okay, but okay, there is, you can see, could you turn the camera? We have here PhD candidates and some colleagues from Bulgaria and Cyprus. And
Hi,
PhD
everyone.
candidates. So we are ready for the workshop from
Great.
Professor Petru Korsu from the Open University of the Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Evangelia, for the nice introduction, and also thank you, colleagues at the Open University of Greece, to organize this first winter school for our PhD candidates in the Open EU consortium. Thank you for all the efforts you have made. I'm trying to share the screen now, and I was wondering whether you can see the PowerPoint in full screen.
No.
Yeah,
No.
can see it. Not full screen
Okay.
yet,
Then.
but okay, Mr. Petru will help us. Will help you and we'll see.
No. I'll share a different in a different way.
We can see.
Now it's okay.
Yeah. Great. So welcome everyone. I intend to do a short talk, introductory talk about some of the challenges that people face while doing a PhD. And of course, this is based on my own experience. You know, back in the day, I faced these challenges myself, trying to get my PhD degree, and since then I have witnessed different colleagues in their attempt to get a PhD degree. So these are insights from my own experience, but also from what we know about these challenges from scientific research. So I will start with a few reflections on the challenges of pursuing a PhD. And then I'll talk a little bit about OpenEU in the context of helping PhD candidates in their journey, in their learning and development journey, emphasizing at the same time the value of doing multidisciplinary research in the context of modern societal transformations. Then, and I have seen that our colleagues already introduced the aim of this workshop very clearly, and in this context, they have mentioned that we aim here to engage, to create a platform to engage with each other. So, for about 60 minutes, we will ask you to work in groups in a collaborative manner to discuss some of the issues and also come back with some presentations that will summarize the insights you have discussed with your peers. So this is the plan for the workshop. Please stop me at any time with questions or remarks. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat, but from colleagues in Athens, just ask if you have questions. Really, no problem. So let me start with a few things about doing a PhD or pursuing a PhD trajectory. It is typically considered both an intellectual challenge but also a personal challenge. And why is intellectual? Well, first and foremost, because it's the highest educational achievement you can get. That's the highest level. Only few people actually make it to the level of a PhD degree, or being called a doctor, without necessarily having to heal people. So in that respect, this requires a very deep engagement with the topic, with the aim of developing this extensive knowledge and understanding of that topic. Probably you will be one of the most knowledgeable people in that topic after you're done with the PhD. And that requires, of course, from you to work autonomously and develop your own identity as a researcher, as a scholar. So if in the master or bachelor, for example, you have been advised and guided and told what to learn and how to learn it, well, in the PhD things change, and this becomes more of your own intellectual uh, trajectory, your own intellectual journey, if you want. And you will have to navigate a variety of complexities related to your relationship with the supervisor, the type of feedback you receive. Maybe sometimes the feedback is not clear for you. Maybe sometimes the feedback you receive from reviewers is unfair. But all these are intellectual challenges. So all these aspects that you experienced very likely um, sometimes make you doubt whether you can do it, you can make it to the end, right? So in this context is also, it's also a personal challenge that goes beyond changing the world for the better, or advancing knowledge and understanding, which is intellectual, right? So you will have to cope with a lot of work pressure and workload um, that has to do with the daily tasks. Maybe you are doing your PhD next to a full-time job or next to a part-time job. You also have family related obligations. And so doing a PhD is quite challenging when you try to balance all these aspects of your own life. And this sometimes puts you in a situation of engaging in emotional labor, because sometimes you doubt whether you can actually do it. Can I actually do this? Do I actually know enough? Right. So you study a lot, you learn, you read, you investigate the last publications, the last books in the field, but continuously probably you're busy with this paradox. Am I confident enough to state that I know, that I master the intellectual domain, or I'm just an imposter and actually I don't know all that much. So all these things are important challenges, personal challenges that you have to face. And I remember here, and I tell this to all my PhD candidates, and also every time I talk about the challenges of doing a PhD and having a PhD trajectory, I mentioned what my PhD supervisor told me, Sandra Schreier, and she told me when I started my PhD trajectory, she said, "Petru, pursuing a PhD, it's a lonely journey. It's a lonely trip." And I think this emphasizes all those intellectual and personal challenges that I tried to capture in my previous discussion. I mean, of course, you have supervision. Of course, you have um, a lot of support from your colleagues, from the supervisors. So you're not really alone. But if you judge really and look at it properly, most of the time you spend on your own with your books, with your papers, with your writing, with your studies. So that's alone time. So the vast majority of time while doing a PhD, you're just on your own. And so that creates quite a bit of frustration sometimes and doubts. And that leads me to my next point. Is there also a relational challenge in pursuing a PhD? Because we understand it's intellectual, of course. We need to change the knowledge and understanding about a particular topic, so we need to contribute there. Great. It's a personal, yes, we will figure out, we will juggle with the personal and job challenges every day, and we do that. Okay, so we sort out the personal challenges as well. But how about the relationships? Are there relational challenges associated with doing a PhD? And of course, here we have many challenges that are important. And I would like to start with the relationship that every candidate has with the supervisory team. And this is, of course, different for different countries. In some countries, you have a single supervisor. In some other countries, you have a team that acts as a supervisory team. Nevertheless, this is an interpersonal relationship. And the literature to date, and here I cite a recent study published by Martinez Garcia and Hans de Witte uh, uh, in systematic review of factors that actually shape the well-being and effectiveness of PhD candidates. And if you look at these, at the studies that were published lately, and during the past, let's say 10, 15 years, there is ample literature that actually addressed the challenges that PhD candidates face. So these challenges are actually addressed in a systematic manner nowadays. It's not just the fantasy of some PhD supervisors or PhD candidates that talk about their own experiences. No, we have systematic evidence that actually shows that the relationship with the supervisors is the most influential external factor that really shapes the well-being and the outcomes of PhD candidates. So those are of course relational challenges because I'm pretty sure every supervisor gives feedback, but sometimes that feedback is rooted in implicit knowledge. After a career in which supervisors are engaging with a variety of topics in their field of expertise, some of these things become implicit, and also some of the expectations that we put on the PhD candidates become implicit, and that creates a little bit of a communication breakdowns, because sometimes the supervisor has expectations that the PhD candidate has to know a particular thing, or has to know a particular method, or has to know scientific writing, or has to be able to sort out a problem. So that's implicit and is not maybe so well communicated, and that creates difficulties and can impact on what happens in the PhD journey. A second set of relationships that are challenging are those relationships with the scientific community and reviewers in particular. And those of you who ever submitted papers to be published in a scientific journal, especially in the social sciences, in management, in psychology, in sociology, this is a requirement that PhD candidates will publish their work. And of course, what we use as an evaluation in our community is what we call blind peer review. So some people that don't know you and some people you don't know evaluate your work in order to be objective. Now, that objectivity is not always the standard that is communicated to you. Sometimes reviewers are nasty. They say very negative things about your work. And of course, you invest a lot in writing a paper. You spend 1-2 years running the study, writing everything in the best shape you are able to do it, and you submit it to a paper and to a journal, and then the reviewer with 3 lines says, well, this is crap work, this is good for nothing, reject. And this is a difficult thing to take after so much effort that you put into that paper, right? So it's unfair. It's unfair to the effort you put. It's unfair to the insights that you want to communicate. So this relationship with the reviewers that are somewhere behind a protective wall, you don't know who they are, and of course they don't know who you are, and so they engage in uncritical feedback, because at the same time the relationship there is competitive. You compete for the same space, for a limited space in journals. The more you publish, the less they are able to publish, right? Because the space is limited nowadays. It's a weird and paradoxical situation that the journals complain about space when we have actually no space limitations in what we can store digitally. But that's the storyline, that's the narrative, that there is a limited number of papers that the journal can publish every year. So because you have that limited number of papers that they can publish, then of course the relationship becomes competitive. The more you publish as a PhD candidate, the less somebody else has space to do it. So it's competitive, it's harsh, and it's difficult to manage that relationship. And sometimes the relationship with your own colleagues is competitive. Yeah, we preach about collaboration and the value of collaboration and team science and all that, but very often these relationships are competitive. We are competing for resources, we are competing for the attention of our supervisors, we are competing for limited space in publishing our work. So all these aspects, your relationship with the supervisor, with the scientific community and the reviewers, with your colleagues, all these generate relational challenges, right? Can you recognize some of these? Yeah,
Everything.
everything. So you know, this is this is something that we had in mind when we started the design of this Open EU alliance. And I have the honor of leading work package 4, which is a work package that is that has the PhD community at its core. And when we talked about creating this alliance of the distance learning institutions in Europe. And of course, in this alliance, we also have 2 on-campus universities. We wanted to create this platform for joint work, for collaboration, for joint research and joint education. So that's the philosophy behind the Open EU Alliance. And you are now, some of you in Athens, some of you are online, benefiting from this alliance in the context of one of the work packages, WP4, work package 4, that is, which is again, I mentioned, is a work package that I have the honor of leading, with the aim to cultivate and to grow an inclusive research community among these universities that are part of the Open EU Alliance. And a very important mission of this work package is to work and engage with the PhD community, that is you. And how we want to create a platform. We want to offer a stage for you to engage with each other and to break that competitive, that harsh, tough nature of the relational challenges that you are facing. So we have this bridge across distance learning universities in Europe, and we want to use that bridge and we want to use that framework to also bring the PhD candidates in touch with each other, to create opportunities for them to talk to other PhD candidates that work in a different country, that work in a different university, that work with a different supervisor, right? So that's the philosophy. That's the philosophy that we have in this Open EU Alliance and work package for task related to, of course, the PhD communities. And in doing so, and I'm going back here to the relational challenges, we hope that you will see different supervisors. You will see different colleagues that face maybe sometimes similar challenges, but maybe sometimes they face different challenges. You engage with them in a collaborative rather than competitive way, trying to sort out, trying to navigate through the tough nature of the relationships with the supervisors, through the tough nature of the relationships with the community, with the scientific community, with the reviewers, with the editors that make your lives difficult, make our life difficult. So in this context, we see the activities that we organize in this work package 4, and the winter school is one of these activities. And again, I cannot thank enough our colleagues at the Open University in Greece, that they organized this and they made this possible, the first event possible, to start to kick off this community building efforts. So that's, in a nutshell, what we plan to do and what we dream of doing for the PhD community in Open EU. Now, as a first step of building that community, I would like to stress that dealing with PhD challenges means also support in dealing with the relational and pedagogical challenges. And it's not the fact that you are facing such challenges is not a result of individual weakness. Is not a fault in your own approach. Very often it's just a tough relational landscape. It's tough also in pedagogical terms and in scientific terms. Why? Because the science advances and the insights, not only in science, but the insights in the academic community, they advance very quicker now than it was years ago. And as a consequence, this platform that we create in the Open EU aims to break these challenges and help you cope more easily with the relational, conceptual, pedagogical issues that arise from doing a PhD. And one of the elements that I want to address is that the bridges that you will create will also aim to train you and expose you to multidisciplinary research, to a multidisciplinary mindset of looking at challenges, looking at research in a multidisciplinary manner, right? And why is this important? It's important because most of the challenges that we need to address today in a variety of topics are actually what we call wicked problems. These are problems that have no a priori clear definition. Um, they can be described in different ways from a different from different disciplinary perspectives. There is no clear resolution approach or a resolution process that you have to apply, and it stops at a certain moment. Solutions are not necessarily true or false. Sometimes they are better or worse. Sometimes they are good or bad, or useful or less useful. And the fact that you resolve such a problem may generate others. So then, given all this complexity, of the wicked problems that you try to address in most PhD research, you need to collaborate with others. You need to reach out to other people, to other disciplines, to address these issues like climate change or public issues, public health issues, migration. You all know the heated debates in Europe about migration and integration and diversity. You know the pressure to generate smart urban environments, smart cities, and create increase sustainability. You all know the effort that is made to build ethical frameworks for governing AI and so on. So all these issues, maybe some of you are doing research on exactly the topics that are listed here, and these topics, one of the things that they share is value divergence. That means that different disciplines look at the topic differently. It's something to look at the governance of AI from a social sciences perspective, and something else to look at it from a purely technical perspective, right? So it sometimes these views are opposing, sometimes they are conflicting, and the collaboration and reaching out across disciplinary boundaries, reaching out outside of your comfort zone will help you to develop a mindset that will prepare you for the future, that will prepare you to become the academic mind of the future. So in all these contexts, we in the Open EU, we plea for this multidisciplinary collaboration, and that's why we create contexts and opportunities for PhD candidates from different universities to interact with each other, to meet and share ideas, explore challenges, but not only. So I'm approaching now half an hour, which I planned for the presentation, and in the remaining few minutes, I want um, to make clear the way in which we would like to facilitate engagement in this particular workshop, engagement in the face-to-face context in Athens, but also online. So we would like to ask you to think of your own research, think of your own journey. You decided to do a PhD because you had dreams, you had expectations, things you wanted to achieve, targets, ambitions, and you embarked on these doctoral studies because you were convinced that you're strong enough and you could do it, and yet you face challenges. I'm sure you face challenges and issues, and I would like you to reflect a little bit on your own trip. Reflect a little bit on your own journey and see how these challenges emerged. Which were the most important challenges you faced, right? And then try to discuss with each other in small groups, and we will tell you a little bit about the groups in a bit, but try to discuss a little bit the way in which an alliance like the Open EU could help you, could create truly this vibrant cross-disciplinary doctoral community. So that's something that we ask from you now, to reflect of your own personal journey in doing a PhD, your expectations, your dreams, your ambitions, and also the challenges that you have faced, and the way in which you sorted out those challenges, and the way in which maybe OpenEU could help you in dealing with similar challenges in the future. So what we want to do now is to create some breakout groups and offer this possibility for you to engage with each other and talk to each other. Talk to each other across national borders. Talk to each other across disciplinary boundaries. Talk to each other across differences, and try to answer two questions. First of all, and I expect here that you will need about 25 minutes to do a question round, in which I would like to ask you to reflect on what relational challenges you have encountered, maybe with your supervisors, with the reviewers, with the colleagues, and which were the strategies or the support that have helped you. So how did you come out of it? Right? So pick one, the most important one, and in a question round, you have around 1 minute. Each person has 1 minute to explain that challenge and how you came out of it. So this is the first introductory question. So think of a challenge. You had this row with a reviewer that was very nasty, and how did you get out of it? Or you had a negative feedback from your supervisor. How did you get out of it? So in the first stage of the breakout rooms, please think about these questions, and then in the second part, just engage with each other and discuss. And this is a less structured session, and think, how could OpenEU as a platform, as an alliance, how could OpenEU support your doctoral community in achieving your dream of becoming a doctor, getting your PhD, and tell us what concrete activities or structures would motivate you to participate in this OpenEU framework. So for each of the breakout rooms, I think you could select 2 challenges and 2 concrete ideas that you then come back and present in the last half an hour of the workshop. So I hope I was clear about what comes next. So we have now a series of groups. We call those breakout groups, and each group will have 2 questions to address. First of all, each individual member of this group can say very quickly in 1 minute, about 1 minute, a key challenge that he or she had and the way in which she or he dealt with it. And then the second question, how could OpenEU support the research and well-being, and what concrete activities or structures will motivate you to participate in the OpenEU? So we need to collect. We would like to collect insights from you, and at the same time provide this opportunity for the PhD candidates to engage with each other and exchange ideas. And the second question is a little bit more elaborated. That's a free discussion there, and we hope 45 minutes would do.
Okay. I think we can make 2 groups here in person in Athens, and maybe one group, it's 22 participants via WebEx right now. So
Okay.
it's okay to have a group in WebEx, or you think it's better to make 2 groups?
Well, maybe we can make 2 groups in WebEx if it's
Okay.
possible. So
Great. Yes, yes.
two groups of 10 people.
Great. Yes, of course. I will help you with WebEx, and we'll do right now the breakout sessions. And here in Athens, we can share in 2 groups, mixed, not all together, Greeks and Spain, etc. Μοιραστείτε λίγο για να βοηθήσετε και θα μείνω εγώ, θα δω.
So
So-
we reconvene at 1 o'clock Greek time.
Λεωνίδα, μπορώ να τους μοιράσω εγώ σε breakout? Ή μοίρασέ τους εσύ, τυχαία, δεν πειράζει. Α, οκ. Τώρα με το YouTube βάλε μουσική, να το πούμε. Να πούμε ότι όση ώρα είναι αυτό, να έρθουν σε μία ώρα see a join now, so you are ready to go to your breakout session. Okay. Keep the questions that Professor Corso has give you, and we'll be back in an hour, almost in 56 minutes. Okay. Great. Professor Kushu. We
Welcome
are
back.
back after a very fruitful dialogue and group therapy, I will say, because we share many, many interesting thoughts and we answer all the two questions. And we are ready. I don't know, let's begin
Great.
from the WebEx sessions. Here we are ready. We have two groups and we have the presenters. And I don't know, maybe from the WebEx group we can begin.
Yeah, let's start from the groups in online.
Okay.
Who wants to go first?
Who wants to talk first? It's ready?
Okay, I can start if I don't mind to share what we were talking,
Great.
Groben and Sia. Okay, we arise some points like sometimes being in contact with the supervisors is not that easy, and you can have problems. That the three of us that we were in the group, we do distance PhD. The universities are at distance, no face-to-face learning, and that is one of the problems that sometimes is not that easy. For Sia in Greece, in Thessaloniki, she's really the luckiest one that is very good. She has very good contact with the supervisors. Another point was sometimes Groben saying that is complicating all the tasks that she has to do concerning administrative tasks that she has to fill in and to be in contact with several peoples because she does the PhD in two different universities, and it's not that easy. When in their case, not mine, but they have children, and having a personal and study as a life as a student is not that easy. That is very common with when you decide to study in a distance university. We agreed that, of course, one of the differences between this kind of universities and face-to-face universities is that you meet your classmates and so on, and you can share with them. Is easier and more grateful. Um, and yeah, and one of the positive things that could be, I mean, about this open EU community is that you can share your feelings whenever you need in some way. Is we can be do a kind of group therapy just to cope with loneliness and so on. I mean, those are the points that we were talking about. It was really nice, I have to say. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was also placed in a second group online. Will Saul or Eva or Lauris want to summarize what we discussed, or
I can say in a few
please?
words that we discussed that open university could create somehow these some database or some journal where all participants can submit their works like their scientific papers, because in our group we concluded that a lot of students, a lot of scientists facing this problem, how to publish our papers, how to deal with these publication fees, publication like standards, high impact factors, high references, and so on. And that's why Open University could create some uh, some uh, some database where this can happen. And also we established that Open University is a great platform how we could communicate to each other with these winter and other schools in the future, because it's a very good way to present our work. And also we discussed that in our universities we facing some problems with these experience, and that is that Open University is the good way how to gain this extra experience from other scientists, which may who maybe is more experienced in some fields, comparing to young PhD students. So thank you.
Thank you. And then in Athens.
Okay, Claudia, I think it's from the first group. Yes, come here because we have the microphone. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello to the ones that are also online. We discussed about many things. Actually, the way we were facing it was going through one challenge, one solution. So I will just go through the challenges and solutions and then just summarize what we saw as solutions. So one of them would be isolation. So isolation also regarding the different areas of research that can be within a group of research. So not being able to have enough support from your supervisors. And one solution would be, as other peers said, would be having a network of students that can allow us to share these ideas. Also, another challenge would be the relevance of the research. So, to which extent the research is relevant, and also the idea would be to find with this network we could find more synergies between the peers. Another one was a challenge could be how to cope with negative feedback. So receiving negative feedback either from an editor, a publisher, a reviewer, and perhaps having some sort of activities within the EU, within the alliance could be good to train us to have more resilience through receiving this feedback. Also, being able to test the frameworks that we have already developed. So sometimes we have the challenge. One of the challenge would be to test how to test the framework that is developed in real life, and that could be also perhaps through the alliance. It could be facilitated to have a bigger network. Other challenges were related to planning and time management. So how to adapt the planning, adopting new changes on the planning, and the concerns on connecting the ideas of the research that is ongoing with our own ideas. Then also the relationship between supervisors and students. So how to work on that part would be another challenge. Also concerning the ethics on research. So how to another challenge would be on confidential data. So how to work with the confidential data, or if there are any strategies that could could help to better analyze this. And also we talked a little bit about how to unify, a challenge would be the differences between countries, between learning systems, and how to unify these. I think more or less that was more or less it. I will just go through the activities that we thought that could be interesting. So we talked about peer counseling. I think also other peers talked about these therapy sessions. It would be nice. Setting a network where we can have knowledge sharing. Also, it can be a place where we can share new themes, new ideas, perspectives on research. Also, the network could be could support different systems, different education systems within the EU, so to adapt, to understand how it works in different countries, and it could also unify somehow some of the different systems in EU. It would be nice to have these kind of spaces to receive feedback from peers. That could be through some kind of soft skills, and yeah, mainly also like the network could allow us to kind of expand our topics of research at a EU level and have more spaces to test our training. I don't know, group, if I'm missing something. If I am, please just go. Okay.
And Georgia was the other group. Hello, everyone. I'm Georgia, PhD candidate from Hellenic Open University. So I've made some bullets, let's say here. As regards the first question, relational challenges in PhD, first of all, we depicted the importance of balancing multiple roles, managing responsibilities, because all of us, or the majority of the people in our team, had to balance between family life, work life, scholar life, which was not always easy. Time management, finding dedicated, uninterrupted time for deep research work. Support from supervisor and supervisor availability was another concern. Some people reported that they have an excellent relationship with their supervisors. They get instant support the moment they ask for it. And some other, let's say, practical concerns. But all of us agreed that it's a journey. Each one of us travels alone mainly, so loneliness is something that we need to cope with. Question number 2. What most of the people reported is that they need more research support, multiple disciplinary perspectives on the topics that each one of us is investigating, feedback on methodologies and research, more collaborative opportunities with researchers in many other European countries. As for the well-being support, which is a very essential aspect, all of us need to feel that we belong to a broader community. So the sense of belonging and reduced isolation is one of the top priorities. Peer support from others, motivation through, shared milestones and achievements. Some people also reported that they would need more support, perhaps more help when one of their papers is rejected or when they receive negative feedback from reviewers. Of course, peer mentoring circles would help. All of us agreed that we need a common space where we can exchange ideas and concerns. and more opportunities to be involved in research and in new methodologies that would perhaps bring our research a step further. So that would be all. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm wondering whether you can hear me.
Yes, yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thank you all for very valuable input and feedback. I have to say it's much more than I could have expected in terms of information. Personally, I see a few similarities, of course, many differences in the way in which the groups engaged with the possible actions that the OpenU could set in place. But I see these aspects related to well-being, peer support, coaching in dealing with um, bottlenecks, with challenges that can be relational, that can be negative feedback. I think this is something new. And although we didn't really specifically planned it or specified it in the work package plan, I will certainly bring it up with my colleagues, and I'm sure it can be addressed. In terms of networking, this is a topic that appeared in virtually all groups. So you would like to have a place in which you can talk about your research, ask for feedback, also be able to find people that do similar things. We heard situations in which colleagues in smaller universities, they really struggle to find collaborators in their own universities, and then they would like to reach out to other places that entertain similar research directions. So I think one possibility of working with this is to explore the possibilities of having a networking part in the Decidim platform that is now being implemented by the OpenEU as the it's actually for the colleagues that don't that are not aware of the platform, is a public participation platform. So I think it can be very suitable for entertaining networking activities for the PhD communities. And here maybe we can explore options, but I do believe we can range from supportive interactions to really increasing visibility and reaching out to others that are doing similar things. So Decidim is certainly one way in which we can start to engage with the networking suggestions that were with the excellent networking suggestions that were made. Last week it was launched online, so it should be functional, and that's something that I will explore with the colleagues in the work package, but also with the other colleagues in the executive board later on. What I find important as well is this set of remarks that emerged in different groups related to um, publishing your work. It's an umbrella term, but here you talked about dealing with negative feedback or addressing peer review comments, or finding relevant journals that could publish a particular topic, how to go about selecting an open access and paying the fee, or selecting a regular journal. All these things about publishing your work, I think, should be addressed in future events in summer or winter schools. And I was mentioning to the group I participated in that I remember facing similar challenges back in the day. Of course, it's a long time ago. I defended my PhD, but just as an illustration, I defended in 2003, and one of the last papers I published from the PhD research carried out before that date was published in 2011. So it's more than 7 years later. So I know it's tough. I know it's difficult, and as a consequence, what I did, I started to talk to PhD candidates about how to go about publishing your work, and those workshops, they never get old. So I think we should I don't know, maybe regularly offer similar advice and platform for people to look at different ways of addressing reviewers' comments, how to really pick your journal and establish the fit with what you're doing in research. So I think that should be a topic that we address regularly, and it's very high on this list. Yeah, of course, the sensitive issue of relating to the supervisors, that's recognized as a critical issue by the systematic research that I have seen. It is also something that I see personally in my surroundings. So maybe here. Although at this moment I don't know exactly what we could do as a systematic, let's say, approach, but it's certainly something that we will think about. Maybe these peer support groups will help. Would be one way to go about it, but. Why not having trainings for supervisors? How to give feedback, how to address
Very important.
challenges. I mean, let's not forget, this is not just about one side of the story, right? It's always in a relationship, there are at least two sides, so two ends. So why not also providing something of a coaching system or guiding system for supervisors? Maybe that will also help in addressing the issue. It's not just trying to fix one side of the relationship. So it's something that we need to take into account. Yeah, some other. But I think these were the main things that I wrote down. So I have like 2 pages of notes now. It's again, it's more than I could have dreamed of. But if I miss something, let me know.
No, I think that's we have all the opinions and all the issues that we discuss here, and I feel that it's a great workshop, and everybody express their ideas and what they feel, their feeling, the ideas, and the expectations and everything. So. Since I feel many smiles here in Athens, we want to thank you very much, Professor Korsu, for this wonderful workshop. I don't know what the WebEx, the participants of the via WebEx said. We have 18 right now. But here, I don't know if Leonidas could turn the camera to the audience. Everybody is happy and expect the.
Well, just as a sum up, you know, this is a journey. Doing a PhD is a journey, and
Exactly.
as in any journey, you stumble, and sometimes you fall, and you have to get up and move on. And at the time, it's tough. I mean, you say, why am I doing this? It's you question whether you do the right thing or whether it's worth it. And so the journey is tough, but as in many cases, when you're at the destination and you look back, you see the added value of the journey in ways in which you were not able to see when you were down, when you were sometimes broken. So that's also my my 2 cents at the end of the meeting. Raise graciously every time you fall. That's important, because we all do. We all sometimes get down on our knees and we say, we stop here. But raise gracefully, move on, and I'm sure that at the end of the trip, at the end of the journey, you will look back at it differently, and you will see things that maybe while taking the journey you missed.
Mhm.
Good luck with everything, and I hope to see you maybe also face to face somewhere.
Thanks.
So
Thank you very much. So we have the next break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. So we have half an hour break. Athens time, we have to say always. So at 2 o'clock we'll be back. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Bye.
Thank you to
Bye.
Hellenic Open University for making this possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You, what
Thanks to my parents. It's a good collocation between the two. Yes. Okay, thank you everyone for attending this session and attending my talk. My name is Borjana Bratanova. I'm an associate professor at the University of Veliko Trnovo in Bulgaria, which is one of the members of the Open EU Alliance. And today I'm going to address one of the common anxieties worldwide among PhD candidates. It has to do with writing and communicating in English. I know that this is a common anxiety because for most of us, English is not a native language. And according to the regulations, in this case, our level can be near native. We can never be native, no matter whether we have C2 or not. And one of the most common issues among non-native PhD candidates has to do with writing in English for academic purposes, communicating in English. And to my knowledge, one of the anxieties is what happens if I do not understand the question after a presentation. So the idea here would be just to encourage you to overcome this anxiety in order to demonstrate that this is a common situation worldwide. And academic English is actually the language of mutual understanding, such type of language that we can understand each other when we use it. You see a very brief outline of the presentation. We are going to touch very briefly on some concepts, on why exactly English became the language, on some very trendy issues such as languaging. And I'm going to end with some very practical examples from my experience being member of the so-called scientific juries that are expected to award a PhD degree, to see that there are cases which are not that perfect, but still it works somehow. So here you see one very common term probably to all of us. This is English as a lingua franca. Roughly, this means language, which is a contact language. So this is not standard English that they use in the United Kingdom or in the USA. This is a contact language used for the purposes of communication. How we can get our meaning across, how we can be understood when we use English. And academic English, of course, is such a lingua franca. It has grown into a lingua franca naturally over the years. But on the other hand, apart from this academic English as a lingua franca, we have another trend. This is multilingualism. And multilingualism has to do with developing research in our native languages.
So in my case, initially I started publishing in English. Then I came to the idea that if I present my research in Bulgarian, it will get citations from within the country, so it will benefit my career development. And right now I'm publishing in both languages. So when I publish in English, this would be English, the academic English as a lingua franca. When I publish in Bulgarian, I stick to this policy of multilingualism. This is my practical example. The slides do not move. Nothing works. Okay, sorry. Why English became the lingua franca of today's world? It happened and at around the beginning of the new century. Prior to this period, we talked about world Englishes in the plural to designate the varieties of English spoken around the globe. Now, with the beginning of the new millennium, it became clear that all those languages somehow merged into one hybrid variety, and this is English as a lingua franca, which is currently in the process of making, but we use it on daily basis. Actually, 2010, pretty recently, 15 years ago, is the period when we already believe that we have this consolidated variety called English as a lingua franca. And worldwide, English is the language of higher education. Universities worldwide are pressed into developing programs into English, providing studies in English in order to move some upward the scale of academic ranking, get higher positions, attract international students. And all this is part of the policy of internationalization, which universities have worldwide. So within this policy of internationalization, English is the key language of teaching. In some cases, this is not the native language for the audience. The same goes for the professor. So neither the professor nor the students have English as their native language, and still they communicate. So the anxiety, as you can see even at this stage of the presentation, should not be an issue, because when we do not communicate in our native language, just having not only linguistic but also cultural interference is a very well-known fact, because linguistic interference can be overcome up to a certain point, but overcoming cultural interference is a great issue indeed. So sometimes you will see a sentence written in English, but the structure of this sentence would be the native language of the person. Or if you communicate, sometimes you would introduce too many words, which would be the feature of your native language, for example, or you would introduce some cultural phenomenon that is not English. Somehow, currently, English serves the cultures around the globe, but purely linguistically, because I'm a linguist, I can say that when English appeared as a language, which is somewhere at the 5th or 6th century, it was called the language of the periphery of Europe, because we know where the British Isles are. Now it acquired global status. So even English as a global language has this journey that we have been talking about today. And here we have the main reasons why we use English as the language of international higher education, global reach. Of course, we are all asked to publish in English. Sometimes talking about reviewers, we can say that they might comment on the quality of the language as well. In this case, you should conduct someone who would revise your paper, or they would say flawless English, but usually the language is one of the points that the reviewer should provide feedback on. Of course, it has to do with publication standards, with academic cooperation, with scholarly networks. For better or worse, nowadays, if we want to rank high in the academia, the language is English. There are plenty of intercultural resources available in English, so it has to do mostly with academic communities, overcoming boundaries, because at the time of globalization, English helps overcoming boundaries, because again, purely linguistically, it is according to the general belief, it is not a complicated language, though linguists never use such terms. In linguistics, we believe that no language is simple or difficult. If one language has not that many inflections as English, it is difficult at another system. In English, usually, this is the oral communication in the language, pragmatics, these are the areas. And several times today we have raised the issue of identity. So identity negotiation is another issue related to English as a lingua franca, because when we communicate in English, our identity is not our national identity, okay? It is some kind of negotiated identity, as we say. So there is much more than just communicating in English. Here we have a well-known ratio of 5:1, which is 5 non-native speakers to 1 native speaker globally. This is a huge discrepancy. So the chance to hear non-native speaker is 5 times higher compared to the chance to communicate with a native speaker. In the summer, I had a meeting with a friend of mine, a British native, and when I heard him speaking, it was music to my ears, because I hadn't heard this for quite some time. Okay. So concerning the academia, about 75% of the papers are published in English. In the case of STEM publications, it goes even higher. So again, publish or perish, as you know, well-known saying in the world of academia, and publishing has to do with English. Of course, the language of conferences in English is the language of conferences is English as well, of education, of collaboration. And here you have one graph to ponder on, to reflect on. You see visually how the world uses English. So it is the de facto academic language. Which are the competitors, if we can call them competitors at all. Chinese and Spanish come as second and third, but again, you see there is a huge difference. We mentioned multilingualism already. So multilingualism is a kind of a language policy which says that we should use languages other than English, we should support all those languages, and we should publish in those languages as well. So my piece of advice would be, yes, of course, in order to go globally, we should use English and publish in English, but probably after you defend your thesis, think about publishing in your native language as well. In this case, there is another issue that once you have published 3, 4, 5 papers in English, it becomes an issue to publish in your native language. This is another interesting phenomenon, that we feel much more secure when we publish in English rather than in our native language. And it's a mixture, it's a blending between those two tendencies called English as a lingua franca and multilingualism, developed translanguaging practicing, or translingual practices as they are called, something quite trendy right now. When we talk in English and we introduce some words from other languages depending on our audience. For example, here in Greece, we can know 5, 10, 20 words in Greek, but we can use them appropriately. This would be an example of translanguaging. And while the traditional approach says that you'd better stick to one language, to English-only policies, nowadays, worldwide, this is a huge phenomenon, translanguaging, especially when you hear how young people speak. They easily mix English with their native language, and this is believed to be a very trendy way of communicating. I'm not going to use all my slides because I want to keep the time limit. We mentioned that English is the language of all those areas of STEM disciplines, of humanities, of social sciences. And another term, because we talked about negotiated identities, about hybridity, so we have hybridity in discourse as well. So these are somehow the impacts of the process of the time of globalization that we live in. We can no longer establish fixed boundaries between subject areas, between discourse communities, between research. You know that research is believed to be interdisciplinary. This is what ranks high when evaluating. So we have innovative genres coming about, innovative collaborative practices. We have emerging identities and so on, which is another challenge to face. When at some point we decide to write a paper in our language, in our native language, another issue comes about. This is the use of terminology, because many languages, okay, let's not use most, but many for sure, when they do not have a term for a particular English word, they just borrow it, use it. And if you encounter the situation when you have your native term and the English one, it is again not well appreciated. So this idea of giving terms, English giving terms and vocabulary to other languages is another challenge to the policy of multilingualism, and decide to use your native
В
language.
смысле, допустили на втора статья.
Okay. This was Bulgarian, by the way, what you have just heard. Okay, so we get structural innovations. We have various citation practices. You know that there are competing styles of citation right now. So this hybridity is becoming more and more popular. What can we say here? Probably the fourth bullet is needs to be elaborated a bit. Conceptual harmonization. Apart from terms, we also have this idea of conceptual harmonization, because when English gives words to other languages, it does not only gives words, it also gives concepts to those words. For example, in Bulgarian, we still have, but probably soon I will be talking in the past tense about the word difficulty, because this is a word which we used to have high frequency of use. Now the English challenge has almost replaced difficulty, but there is a huge difference in meaning between challenge and difficulty. There is a totally different philosophy behind the two. So when we borrow this word challenge, we actually borrow another philosophy. Again, we talked about social networks, about hybrid identity. I want to focus a bit on some practical examples just to see that anxiety should not be an issue. We should be, of course, patient because even we do not understand something when it is uttered, pronounced in English as a lingua franca, asking for clarifications is quite common. So asking, could you please repeat again, if you do not understand, try to rephrase. This is a very common communicative strategy when the world uses English. Even if you are asked, for example, a question and you cannot understand it for various reasons, even some mispronunciations, just ask for clarifications. If not you, probably some of the audience will be able to understand and they will give you a helping hand in such a situation. Of course, there is this equity debate about the languages around the globe, how to support all of them in the academia. It's called the equity debate. On the one hand, we have English as almost standardized for the language of the academia, but on the other hand, we have the idea that all the languages around the globe, which are more than 6,000 living languages nowadays, they should be supported, which of course is the case. Some of the challenging assumptions about English as a lingua franca, well, the first one, that it is a simplified version of proper English. This is not the case, indeed, because one of the features of ELF is that it is very flexible, it is adaptive, and it is a complex code, a linguistic code. So it is definitely not simplified. This is a misconception. There is lots of research going on around the globe about this English as a lingua franca, and simplicity is the least appropriate term to use, I would say. Another common assumption is that native speakers are the ideal users of English. Again, at the time of globalization, this is not the case. The concept of native speaker also changes because, for example, we have winning scholars who publish in English but who are not native. So what's wrong with that? Then the research finding is that experienced non-native users often communicate even more effectively in English. Another assumption is that ELF in itself is monolingual. This is definitely not the case. I mentioned already about huge interference, mostly cultural, linguistic as well, but cultural is what matters mostly. For example, you write a paper in English. If your native language requires too many words, you tend to use too many words in English, and the reviewer will say, make your expression concise, which is the situation with English. This means that the features of the linguistic expression of the native tongue have been transferred into English. And when we mix languages, translanguaging actually is some symbol of deficiency. It is not, it is a common communicative practice. Of course, the use of English as a lingua franca goes together with the issue of inclusion, of access, of inclusive education. And now I have just the right time to bring to your attention some examples. Those are examples from my humble experience as a member of various juries. What you see highlighted there is definitely not correct in standard English, but obviously, I don't know, it somehow is accepted. In the first case, we have German languages. English is a Germanic language. It's not a German language. In the second one, you can read them slowly for yourselves. But if we say not controlled experiences, unlike controlled ones. Even if you read it, it's quite hard to process. And one of the text which is offered for publication or a thesis offered for defense is that it should be absolutely coherent, and by coherent we mean readable. So whenever you read it from beginning to end, it should have logical structure, coherent structure. It should not make you stumble while reading it. It should just run flawlessly. And we have some other examples. The other two types, the other two sentences, again, if you read them, it's quite hard to grasp what's behind the idea. In the fourth one, we have the violation of a well-known rule in English that you cannot use two negatives together, not as uncertain. This is not correct in English. Again, the last one doesn't make much sense. The speaker does not allow the participant in the conversation not only to have a physical contact, but also to cause any change of state. Again, for me, this is hard to understand. The second one is pretty similar. Those are conceptually not correct. They do not convey meaning properly. Then we have another two. Okay, another and two. Another is one, it's not two. Then we have metaphors. The researcher examines another two metaphors that apply the English verb to sniff. Again, the whole thing is mixed up. Preposition source for, source of. Considering this is a translation from Bulgarian into English. This is not English. Although there cannot be found, it's another translation from Bulgarian into English, not the English way of saying. Lexical meanings are determined not only by grammar. Lexical meanings are not determined by grammar. They can be modified by grammar, but they are not determined. Concerning the verb sound, in the next example, my suggestion is to avoid it because sound refers to music. It refers to pronunciation, but not to an academic paper which is written. So sounding is for what comes through the auditory system. Text is perceived through our visual system, so it does not sound. And many other examples that you can have a look at. Abstract entities existing solely in humans' minds. Okay, there are errors in this one. Then about the problem, usually you know that in English we use the word issue instead of the word problem. Well, we can still say research problem, but otherwise you'd better skip to issue instead of problem. Some more to bring to your attention. Are the not clearly differentiated domains? Are the not clearly is not correct? What else? The data was collected. Data is plural in English. Still it is, though the global language tries to convince us that it is single, it's still plural. And many other examples. About very effective, English is not very common of English to use very because we have words that contain very in themselves. We have efficient, for example, which would be very effective, and so on and so forth. So why I'm bringing all those examples to your mind? Nobody is perfect. We all know this, and nothing is ideal in life. Those are clear examples of errors, of interference, of non-standard English, but we can get the meaning behind it. So this is a feature of English as a lingua franca. And here are the short features of global English, what it tends to use short sentences, to avoid figurative language, the day that I have been listening to the talks around, I heard some very interesting idiomatic expressions coming from other languages, not from English, because this is an asset after all. Global English prefers common words, terms, so you would very easily master your terms for your PhD dissertation in English. And it focuses on clarity and mutual understanding. It's just getting the meaning across and being understood. In order to conclude, I can say that evolution is not replacement. So English as a lingua franca is not there to replace standard English. This is some common misconception for some reason. English as a lingua franca is heavily based on inclusive practices, so it works quite well for the purposes of inclusion. It also is a shared responsibility because it is constructed by the speakers of English around the globe. And probably as a future, there should be some developing policies and practices towards clarifying and somehow putting this English as a lingua franca into some kind of a framework. And those are some of the references that I have used. And Evcharistopouli, thank you for your understanding. And if there are questions, I'll be really happy to answer now or later on. Okay. Now, Ole,
You are exactly in time. So
I tried to do this.
thank you very much.
Okay, probably later someone might come up with a question.
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and an honor to represent the same institution, the University of Veliko Trnovo in Bulgaria. And we are here because our university is one of the partner institutions that are members of the Open EU Alliance and also working actively in collaboration with the host institution, the Hellenic Open University, on work package 4. That's, as you already know, focusing on building collaboration frameworks and networks for researchers, and especially this specific first Open EU Winter School for PhD candidates is related to the activity of this package. So I would like to thank very much the organizers of this first very important event of the Open EU Alliance, the organizing team of the Hellenic Open University. That's obviously is a prestigious institution offering a wide range of distance learning postgraduate and graduate programs, and committed to building research communities and research committed to research development, provides the perfect environment for this initiative. So as you can see, the title of my presentation is turning your dissertation into a journal article. Perhaps most of you have also had some experience in doing that. Or perhaps you've also started with writing journal articles and not maybe your dissertations, but at one point you will need this skill as well. And so it's this presentation more or less relates to the presentation that Professor Bratanova just delivered on academic communication in general. So it has to do not that much with issues related to the language of academic communication as much as to the strategies for academic communication and communicating our research to wider audiences. The learning outcomes for this session, for my talk, or the topic areas that I will cover, they are three, again, given the time limit. First, they focus on understanding the key differences between a dissertation and a journal article that I'm sure you're aware of, but perhaps presenting a kind of a systematic overview of the characteristics of a dissertation in an article, identifying strategies for selecting, reframing, and refining material from a thesis, and with the aim of crafting a coherent journal article, and then giving you just an idea about the practical plan that you can use for preparing a manuscript for submission or publications. So with this slide, I just want to invite you to reflect on some quick questions related to the requirements, realities, challenges of PhD publishing. So think about how many articles are expected to publish during your PhD. So perhaps it's different for different countries and different institutions. So how many articles actually are you expected to publish during your two? Okay. Yeah, it's three, at least three in Bulgaria. And so are there any specific journals that you are encouraged to submit your articles to? Related to your perhaps sphere or field of research? No. Okay. And are you expected to publish before submission of your thesis? Yes. And so do you have any support? Do you receive any support from your institution for writing or submitting the papers related to your research?
For others, only for PA.
Just in general, yeah. From the supervisor, basically. Yeah. And so, yeah.
For academic branding.
Okay. It's
From the supervisor.
from the supervisor, and so usually you perhaps write your articles or on your own, not in co-authorship. So, or in co-authorship with the supervisor. Right. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. And okay, so moving on, just a few ideas related to the expectations of there are. I found out again asking the same questions when I've given this presentation to other audiences. 2-3 journal articles by 3 for full-time PhD students. They're encouraged to publish in high-impact journals, but again, it's not a must, especially in some countries. And should they be indexed in journal in Scopus of Web of Science?
The last years, yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And some of the common challenges, perhaps you experience some of them as well. Not sure what's worth submitting for publication, especially at the beginning of your PhD study, because you are still entering the research area. lack of writing support in general, again, choosing the right journal, although, again, these are issues that you can discuss with your supervisor. Time management with research, sometimes writing academic articles, the time devoted to the writing of articles interferes with the time for the writing of the dissertation. So you have to balance the two, and you have to manage time very carefully. And okay, so here there are some characteristics. Can you guess which of these characteristics refer to a journal article, and which of these characteristics refer to a thesis?
Journal article is what contain chapters,
Mm-hmm.
meetings, or
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
actually some journals may require a certain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so more or less this distinction highlights the shift from more comprehensive, more exploratory work, because you have these chapters and you have sections in a journal article, to a more focused and communicable research. And thesis demonstrate mastery and depth, while an article prioritizes clarity, brevity, and accessibility to a wider audience. And some more differences between the two. So which of these relate to an article and a thesis?
First one is nothing, first one, second one is a yes.
Okay. So this difference here, these differences in the characteristics, they emphasize again focus and economy in writing. An article distills literature, methods, and findings to what is essential, presenting a more polished and consistent narrative, while a thesis allows for full exposition, detailed methodology, comprehensive results, and in a thesis, tools are described in full detail. Often there are appendices and to provide transparency and to allow replication. While with the article, you know that there is also length that you have to observe, the length of the limits, the word limits in an article. So you have to be very selective and provide only essential information about your research in it. I'm familiar with the IMRAD structure. Yes, so this is a popular structure related to the publication of the requirements for publication in many journals. So they typically these requirements. In fact, they ask authors to include title, an abstract, an introduction, then literature review, methodology, findings, discussion, conclusion, and references. So you will see again that you will more or less find the same sections, especially in particular fields of a study. You will find the same sections in a thesis, but so it's all, again, it's much more flexible, more expansive than a journal article. And it allows for more detailed chapters, extensive backgrounds, comprehensive analytical literature review, And how about this one? This structure, this pre-structure, is it familiar to you? Yeah, situation, problem, response, and evaluation. So that's an acronym. And so generally, we can think of a thesis of having a more or less more flexible structure of the tree if we compare the tree, because again, these frameworks, they may be the requirements that authors have to observe when they want to have their article published. A thesis, as I mentioned, can incorporate elements of the IMRAT when reporting, especially empirical research, or follow a narrative, analytical structure similar to SPRI for applied or reflective studies. Unlike journal articles, a thesis allows again, extensive background, detailed methodology, full presentation of findings, in-depth discussion and evaluation, and giving the researcher much room to explore the topic more comprehensively. And now, just turning our attention to the process of publishing an academic article. So there are several steps that perhaps many of you have already followed. And so we will easily recognize them. You will easily even identify yourselves with the researchers following these steps or taking these steps. First, of course, you start with the article. You start with the central message that you want to get across that may be related to either your literature review, to the methodology section, or to some original interesting findings in your thesis, in your research. Then you have to decide on the kind of article you want to write, what type of article it could be. You know that there are different types of articles, again, that you can publish in different journals. And then the next step, of course, is for you to select a journal. This is something that, of course, you will discuss with your supervisor, but you can also use various platforms where you can search different journals. And you know that open access is always something that we're looking forward to. And perhaps this is one of the areas in which we need some financial support, either from our institutions or through project work. Also, there are automatic journal finders that are provided again on different platforms where you can publish. And here I've provided examples of 3 finders where you can search for relevant journals. Of course, you will discuss for sure the selection of a journal for your publication of an article, but you have to learn to assess the journal's credibility. And here there are some criteria that you can apply for the assessment of the journal credibility. Then another step, of course, you have to shorten the length of your thesis, and you have to paraphrase a lot. Of course, you have to leave out, so you have to be very selective, leave out parts of your thesis, and repurpose parts of your thesis. Then the introduction of your thesis can also be depending on, again, what you would like to include in an article. But one of the strategies that you can apply is to reformat the introduction of the thesis as an abstract of the article. And another step is to just again, be selective, consider combining, focusing on your research questions, selective as far as the research questions are concerned. Consider combining, reformulating your research questions, and also use previously published papers, at least 3 from the target journal as examples. So this is, I think, one of the successful strategies that you can use when you want to get your paper published in a specific journal. Then as far as the method section is concerned, you can tighten it by keeping the discussion about your research approach short, then refer readers to previous work that inform the current study methods, and so on and so forth. Another step is to report main findings in the results. Be selective again in choosing analysis for inclusion in the results section, and report only the most relevant ones. So this is quite challenging, I think. When you have to, so it's not only challenging to generate text, but it's also quite challenging when you have to select and reduce and shorten texts, and this is the case when you have to turn your PhD thesis in an article. And discussion, of course, must be clear and concise, and you have to situate the findings to the literature. Do not repeat your results in the discussion section. Discuss, of course, known and previous perspectives. You are quite familiar with these steps. Limit the number of references, for sure. You will need to do that to choose the most relevant and recent, to format them correctly, and use some reference manager systems. I don't know whether do you use them? Yeah, so they're quite helpful. And I've already mentioned that this is not an exhaustive list of the article types, but so these are some of the article types that I've selected from the websites of 2 journals and in different academic fields. And so these are some perhaps tips when you think about your publications, academic communication, and the relationship between your dissertation and an article that you would like to publish. So don't wait for a dissertation to be finished. Start early, and plan, of course, for the right journal. Then it's always, I think, an advantage to have a clear publication plan, and not to be that spontaneous, though spontaneity and improvisation are helpful, for sure. To be creative, but still it's always good to have a structure and a clear aim, a clear goal, and this publication plan can help a lot in this respect. Of course, you have to plan for a title that stands out, but also that includes key terms from your field and the most focus or finding of your article. Plan a powerful abstract. Again, from experience, you know that we usually write it last, and this is a good strategy. And because sometimes it's the only read, but quite often it's our article first read, and it's a very important part of the whole article. Then, of course, plan for the long game. Some timelines can be long. From submission to publication may take months, sometimes even more than a year. Even after acceptance, print or online release can be delayed, so patience is also part of the process. To improve your chances of acceptance, always seek feedback before submitting. Perhaps you also already be doing that. Ask your supervisor or a colleague or colleagues at the doctoral school to review your draft, stick closely to the journal's author guidelines, and write with clarity and strong academic voice. This is also important. So, of course, we all know that publishing isn't easy, but it's worth it. We've already discussed our experiences of being peer-reviewed. So let's take each submission as a learning opportunity. Rejections happen. They are not a sign of failure, but a step towards improvement. So keep researching, keep writing, keep growing. As you mentioned, publishing and research, PhD research is a journey. It can be challenging, but also, I'm sure you will agree, deeply rewarding. So stay persistent and remember that every step brings you closer to your goal, the successful PhD defense. And so these are some resources that I've used for this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, 5 minutes for questions. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You were very interesting. Your presentation. Any questions? Or in the WebEx?
Yes, how many citations could have an article in order to
Yeah.
With how many citations could we consider an article good?
Yeah, the quality of an article. I don't know. Well, I cannot tell you what the exact number of references should be. Perhaps you would like to know about the number of references that can be included in an article or citations.
how many use this not the references?
How many people have cited?
How many people have cited the article, and in order to
say that this is
a good article with a high impact, for example. Yeah, that's an interesting question. For sure, I have not, I don't know if there is such an estimate or kind of a criteria. I'm not sure about this, to be honest. Yeah. And it also depends on the quality of references and on the quality of the citations, whether it's just and also on the quality of papers in which the specific article is cited. So it depends on the author, the citing author, the journal where it is cited. It depends on the contribution of this paper, perhaps citing your paper as well. So that's why.
sometimes marketing.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Citation index.
Yes, I think that there is a citation index in the journal
Yes, I know.
platforms. So I think that this is an algorithm that makes the score of the index.
Yeah, I know that there is a citation index, of course, and this citation index, in fact, determines the ranking of the journal. But I'm not quite sure how these things are calculated and interpreted. Yeah, just I'm familiar with. I look for the ranking, the journal ranking, but not really. I'm not really familiar with the way.
But
it's.
We have not so many
Mhm.
journal in
Yes.
Scopus, and it's
Yes.
not so easy in
Mhm.
some subject like Greek literature.
Yes.
It's very difficult to have in Scopus or in others.
Yes, and still this publication to have a very high impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is a question in the WebEx.
How advisable is it to keep side for
Article you submit. No, it's a question. It's there.
So I don't think that it's impossible to happen. It again depends on the title of the thesis and the topic of your paper, the journal in which you submit your paper. So yeah, again, it's difficult to answer this question without a specific example. But well, generally, I don't think that's something that shouldn't be done. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's a part of the thesis that
Yes.
somebody published. So
Mhm.
it's not easy to
reflect.
Yes, to make the same exactly title to the thesis and the article. Isn't it? I haven't.
Yes.
But I agree. Okay. Thank you. What about the use of AI tools when writing an article? Because I think it's, it's a common secret, let's say, that many people are using AI in order to draft the article and finally submit it. So what happens then in this case?
Yeah, I can only again just share my own opinion and attitude to this. And then, of course, first I should say that it's not something that we can approve or not, because it happens, as you mentioned, that approve or not. And I've myself tried AI tools, but I'm not being pleased enough from what they produce, what they generate. So they can be used for ideas, for sure, to give ideas. But the author should be very critical, and I'm not quite sure how useful these tools can be for inexperienced authors. So if you have the experience, then you can use this tool and you can manage it, and you can make the most of it. But just using it as one of the resources that you use, as a resource, and not as a co-author. So not thinking about the AI as your co-author, but as one of your resources that you have to process, that you have to interpret somehow, you have to check, because you know that we need critical thinking to check our sources. And so we all know that we may be very dangerously misled by the AI if we rely on the information that we receive from it.
Say that more people are submitting articles since 2020 or somewhere there, because that was the year, let's say, where the big explosion, of AI tools happened. So we have more research articles since then. So that might, mean something, but then again.
Well, the AI can be perhaps again used because, well, I don't have that much experience with it, to be honest. But it can be used as an assistant again. But as an author, you're the one who have to control it. You have to very carefully interpret and critically well select what you've been offered by the AI. But of course, I think it's beyond any question that you cannot produce quality research by only using and relying on the AI generation of text. And it's not quality research, it's not quality article, and everyone with experience in research and the publication of articles can detect the AI because the quality is very low of what the AI tool can produce. Yes, yes.
Thank you. I think we are in time, it's 3 o'clock. We are going to meet. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So tomorrow morning, 9 we begin at 5:30. And we'll be in touch with everybody. I think that all of you have plans for tonight. Yes, for tomorrow we'll begin at 9:30. But it's Greek time and sharply and 9:30 will be start. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening for tonight.
Thank you. Bye bye.